Hello there, and welcome to tonight's story. If you enjoy this story, please subscribe, like, and comment on places and times you would like to visit. Please lie back and relax as you let the words take you off to other times that have been before. Now close your eyes and let us journey to the past. In medieval Europe, medicine was more of a suggestion than a science. And doctors? Well, some were well-meaning, others were bold, and most were, at best, experimenting with hope. They bled you for fevers, burned you for infections, and balanced your soul through potions that smelled like regret. Tonight, we won't rush. We'll walk through a day in that world, step by step, from the straw on the floor to the leech on your skin, from hopeful tinctures to hopeless diagnosis. No drama, just unsettling calm. So dim the lights. Maybe pour something warm. Let your thoughts slow. Let your shoulders drop. And let's begin with the rhythm of daily life, as seen through the tired, unblinking eyes of a medieval patient and the quiet, cautious hands of a doctor who's mostly guessing. You wake up to the sound of coughing. Your own. It's early, though no one keeps exact time. The grey light outside the shuttered window suggests dawn is still considering whether it wants to arrive. You're cold, but sweating. The kind of sweat that clings, sour and sticky, like guilt. Your tunic is damp, and the wool blanket is scratchy against your bare legs. Your mouth tastes like metal. Your head pulses. And you know, without needing a priest to say it, that something is wrong. You swing your legs over the side of the bed. The straw mattress shifts beneath your weight. The floor is hard, packed dirt. Cold. Always cold. The fire went out during the night. Of course it did. Your breath fogs in the air as you shuffle toward the hearth, not to light it, but to lean against something that reminds you life still exists. Outside, chickens begin to fuss. A rooster calls once, then stops, as if even he isn't convinced it's worth starting the day. Your joints ache. There's a tightness in your chest, and when you inhale deeply, something catches. You sit back down. This isn't going away on its own. So now you face a decision. It's not whether or not to see a doctor. It's whether your body is worth the cost. Because calling for the doctor isn't free, and more importantly, it isn't safe. Still, someone sends for him. Maybe your sister. Maybe the neighbor with the mole that looks like a map of Italy. He arrives in the afternoon. Not with fanfare. Not with urgency. He simply appears, standing in the doorway, cloaked and quiet. He doesn't knock. His robes are long, stained in places where stains have settled into their own religion. His mask is bird-like, curved and stiff, packed with lavender and rue, meant to filter the air, or maybe just the guilt. His satchel creaks when he sets it down, the sound of buckles, of jars, of things clinking together that probably shouldn't. He doesn't greet you. He just stares for a moment, unmoving, as if waiting for your soul to rise from your chest and float toward him. Then he approaches, slowly, and pulls out a stick. Yes, a stick. He uses it to prod your tongue. Not gently. He nods solemnly, like the tongue has spoken to him in ancient Latin. You try to speak, but your throat burns. The words crumble before they leave. He mumbles something about humors. Your bile is excited. Your phlegm is too sleepy. He drops a pinch of herbs onto the windowsill. You're not sure why. Neither is he. Then out comes the parchment. A diagnosis, perhaps, or a shopping list. It's hard to say. Latin looks like scribbles, even when you're not feverish. He reaches into his bag. A small knife, a jar of something yellow, a leech that's still moving. You know what's coming next. You're placed near the fire. A bowl is fetched. The knife is drawn. Not fast, not slow, just inevitable. A shallow cut on your forearm. The blood comes quickly. Your head goes light. The doctor watches with polite indifference. You've just lost a little life. Not enough to die. Just enough to maybe feel better. Or maybe worse. He applies a paste that smells like boiled hay and mild regret. Wraps your arm in cloth that looks suspiciously like the hem of someone's old shirt. He nods again, then stands. The room is silent, except for your breathing, and the leech, still glistening on your skin. The treatment is done, or maybe it's just begun. He scribbles again, tells you to avoid pears, and sex, and the moon, if possible. Then he leaves. You're alone, sore, tired, slightly bloodless. The herbs on the windowsill begin to brown. The fire flickers a little higher, and somewhere outside, another cough echoes in the mist. This is daily life. Not a battle against illness, but a negotiation. Between your humors, your priest, and a man with a bird mask who thinks the moon hates your liver. And so you wait, wrapped in wool, staring at the ceiling, listening to your breath, and wondering, is this healing? Or just surviving with extra steps? Imagine a room, stone walls, a narrow table, wax-stained and worn from use. The air is heavy with the scent of boiled linen, damp parchment, and something sweet. Perhaps lavender, placed near the window to cut the smell of the sick. A candle flickers, not for comfort, but for light. The hour is late, and at the table, hunched over a leather-bound volume, sits a man named Guy de Chauliac. He dips his quill, slowly, methodically. The scratch of the nib on parchment is the only sound. Outside, in the city of Avignon, the streets are still. The plague has come. But Guy is still working. He was born around the year 1300 in the small mountain village of Chauliac in southern France. Not noble, not wealthy, but clever. He made his way to Montpellier, a university known for its study of medicine, then Bologna, then Paris. He studied deeply. Galen, Hippocrates, Avicenna, ancient texts copied through centuries. To Guy, these were not old ideas. They were truths, stable, reliable, sacred. But Guy was not only a reader. He watched. He paid attention to what healed and what didn't. And in time, he became a physician. Not just any physician, but the physician to the Pope himself. It was 1348. Pope Clement VI had taken refuge in Avignon, and the world was dying. The plague moved through the city like smoke, silent, thick, suffocating. No one knew its cause. Some said bad air. Others, punishment from God. Others still, unlucky alignments of the stars. People fled. Doors were barred. Streets emptied. Guy de Chauliac did not leave. He stayed. He kept notes. He watched swellings grow. He watched people cough blood. He counted the days from the first symptoms to the last breath. And he wrote. Guy's most famous work is the Chirurgia Magna, the Great Surgery. It was not a quick guide. It was over 400 pages long, written in Latin, dense, detailed, dedicated. Inside, he described techniques for setting bones, treating ulcers, cauterizing wounds. He listed procedures for draining abscesses, binding fractures, extracting teeth, and managing fevers. He also cautioned restraint. Do not bleed too much. Do not cut too soon. Do not claim certainty when all you have is hope. He believed in observation, but he also believed in astrology. He followed the teachings of Galen, even when they contradicted what he saw. Because that was the rhythm of their world. The body was ruled by the heavens, and the doctor by the texts. Guy de Chauliac did not invent surgery, but he preserved it. He stabilized it, recorded it, and made it less terrifying, at least on paper. His descriptions were orderly, his tone calm. He treated medicine like scripture, but also like science. He recommended washing hands, not for germs, he didn't know about those, but to cleanse the impurities after bloodletting. A small step, but a meaningful one. When the plague finally subsided, Guy continued to work. He lived through it. He treated others who didn't. And he left behind a book that would be copied, translated, and used across Europe for the next 200 years. Even when newer ideas emerged, even when scholars began to question Galen, Guy's words remained. Doctors consulted him for generations. His methods became part of the foundation of Western surgery. Not because they were perfect, but because he wrote them down. If you had met him, you might not have been impressed. He was not a showman. He was not a genius. But he was careful. And in a time of guesswork and faith, caution was rare. He did not cure the plague. He did not understand infection. But he tried to understand what he could and what he couldn't. That quiet honesty might be the most remarkable thing about him. So now, as the candle burns low beside him, and the quill stills above the final word of a long, deliberate sentence, we step away from Guy's table, leaving him there, recording symptoms, measuring pulse, trying to find sense in a world of pain. And as we close the heavy book he left behind, we turn to something even quieter. The objects, the fragments, the pieces left behind by others, nameless, faceless, forgotten. Let's drift gently now into the realm of archaeology and ancient culture, where sometimes the strangest clues to healing lie buried in the ground. Imagine the hush of an old monastery library. Stone walls, a single narrow window high above. Dust drifts lazily in a slant of morning light. Below, a wooden table, its surface marked with small cuts, wax strips, ink stains, and time. Upon it sits a book, bound in leather, stitched tight. The corners are worn smooth. Its spine creaks when opened. Inside are pages filled with medical knowledge, of a kind. The words are Latin. The margins, crowded with tiny scrawls, personal notes, a date, a weather report, a recipe, a warning. And next to a diagram of a man, there's a symbol, Aries, over the head, Taurus, the neck, Gemini, the arms, because this was medicine. In the medieval world, healing wasn't only about the body. It was about stars, spirits, and the subtle properties of everything. Every herb, every stone, every season had a temperament. Warm or cold, dry or moist, good or bad. A fever wasn't just heat in the blood. It was a sign that something in the universe had tilted, and your body was echoing that disharmony. Doctors turned to their tools, but also to symbols, to signs, to tradition, and what they left behind tells its own story. In 2018, archaeologists excavating near an old abbey in England unearthed a wooden chest buried under what had once been a hospital floor. Inside the chest, they found something curious: a series of iron tools, hooks, curved blades, and tiny spoons. There were vials, some empty, some still faintly sticky, and several rolls of parchment, fused with mold, but faintly legible under ultraviolet light. The writing? A mixture of Latin and something older. Spells? Possibly. Recipes? Likely. One described how to treat a sorrowful belly with fennel seed, crushed mouse bone, and prayer. They called it a medicinal kit. But really it was a language, one that healed not only through treatment, but through belief. In another case, near a farmhouse in France, a single bronze amulet was found buried beneath the hearth. Etched into its surface were the words "Sanet per sanguinem," healed through blood. Some believe it was placed there by a healer, not a licensed physician. There were no licenses, but perhaps an herbalist, a folk doctor, someone known to the village and trusted. This amulet wasn't part of a cure. It was a presence, a quiet spell of protection, whispered into copper and tucked beneath the fire where life gathered. Even manuscripts, those thick, sleepy pages copied by candlelight, held secrets. In one, a scribe included a full recipe for a poultice made of wine, rosemary, and dried dog dung. Not as a joke, but as a serious prescription for ulcers. Another book warned against cutting the skin under certain constellations and advised treating liver complaints only when the moon was in the arms of Virgo. There were charts, illustrations, zodiac men, urine wheels, bleeding calendars, all drawn with such care, such confidence, and such deep misunderstanding. And yet, they believed it. Deeply. Unquestioningly. Because they had to. There were no microscopes, no bacteria, no germ theory, only pattern, faith, and the slow observation of centuries. And what of the tools? They've been found across Europe, from castle basements to quiet village graves. Iron scalpels, leech jars, herb grinders made of stone and worn soft in the center, clay bowls with resin residue, probably used to hold warmed oil or burning sage. Sometimes they find surgical implements tucked into the grave of a known physician. Other times, they appear in the burial of someone no one can explain. A woman, a healer, a name no longer remembered. What do we make of these objects? They don't tell us whether the treatments worked. They don't whisper their results. They only remind us that someone tried. Someone stirred powders, crushed herbs, bled the sick by candlelight, spoke Latin words with trembling hands, marked dates on parchment with careful strokes. They were not always right. They were not always safe. But they were doing what they could, with what they knew. And when we find those objects, centuries later, beneath a floor, inside a wall, tucked between pages, we're reminded of something else. That pain is old, and so is the wish to end it. So now, as we brush the dust gently from the ancient chart and close the book with care, let's leave the world of half-decayed amulets and herbal pastes behind. Let us step now into a chamber far grander, where velvet cushions line the walls and doctors are summoned, not found. Where illness still lingers, but treatment looks quite different. For those with power, imagine velvet, deep red, heavy, draped from ceiling to floor. A fire glows in the hearth, not for heat, it's spring, but because no one likes to be cold, even in rumor. The room is silent, save for the occasional flick of the flame and the gentle clink of silver as a physician arranges his tools on a polished tray. This is not a peasant's hut. This is the sick room of a nobleman, or a queen, or a bishop, just past his prime, with swollen feet and a fondness for wine. Here the beds are soft, the sheets freshly boiled linen. The air carries the scent of rose oil and perfumed wax, and the physician wears not rags, but robes, embroidered, neat, and quietly expensive. He carries books, not one, but several, bound in calfskin, edged in red. One is for humors, one for herbs, one for the stars. He refers to all of them. Before he speaks to the patient, he speaks to the sky. He opens a window. He checks the light. He notes the direction of the wind. He frowns. That's never a good sign. He writes, north wind. Possible phlegmatic reaction. Avoid damp herbs. To be ill and wealthy in medieval Europe was a strange blessing. You had access to care. But care did not always mean comfort. Wealth gave you options, more diagnoses, more treatments, more opinions, more hands holding more leeches, more people to argue over the correct timing of your next purge. If you were royalty, your health became everyone's concern. Not just because you mattered, but because your death would be terribly inconvenient. Take Henry IV, whose chronic illness led to endless consultations. Physicians gathered at his bedside like crows, each presenting a theory. Too much bile, too little blood. Melancholy rooted in the spleen. Each offered something. None agreed. And so, treatments were layered like armor. Bleeding followed by purging, followed by bathing in scented oils and, if that failed, fasting for 40 days while sleeping under eagle feathers. Astrology was not optional. Doctors consulted your birth chart to determine when it was safe to administer a tincture, when it was dangerous to eat red fruit, and when it was best to simply wait. For Queen Isabella of France, court physicians delayed her treatment for swelling because Mars was in retrograde. When her fever worsened, they bled her at the ankle and applied a mixture of ash, camphor, and ground pearl. It did nothing, but it was elegant and expensive, and the ingredients had been imported from 3 different regions. Sometimes appearance was enough. If you were seen to be doing everything, then no one could blame you when nothing worked. Some nobles traveled for treatment, to spas, to mineral springs, to renowned physicians in distant cities. Travel was dangerous, but not as dangerous as waiting. They brought servants, cooks, chaplains, and chests full of potions. They wrote letters ahead, requesting surgeons, and always they packed their own sheets. One never trusted unfamiliar linen. Even emperors were not exempt. Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV fell from a horse and broke his jaw, one of the few known cases of royal skeletal trauma. He was treated with hot oil, poultices, and silence. The bone healed crooked. He spoke with difficulty for the rest of his life. Nobles feared death, as everyone does. But more than that, they feared public death. A lingering illness, a decline noticed, a loss of dignity. So medicine in the upper chambers was not just healing, it was performance. Physicians became courtiers. Every movement watched, every treatment recorded. If a duke survived, the doctor received gold. If he didn't, the doctor received blame or exile. And so, They worked carefully, bleeding not too much, applying ointments made of crushed emerald and goose fat, whispering reassurances that the stars would turn soon, and that hope was a kind of medicine too. Yet, for all the luxury, the rhythm was still the same. The ache, the waiting, the swallowing of something bitter, the sweat on silk sheets, the quiet knock of mortality at a door no gold could lock. Because illness, as ever, was no respecter of wealth, and a velvet-lined bed was still a bed, and a weak pulse still a weak pulse. So now, let us leave this noble chamber. Let the physician close his book. Let the maid draw the curtains. Let the candle burn low beside the cup of untouched broth. Because beyond these high walls and perfumed rooms, in the cottages, the forests, the villages, there are others who heal. Without books, without Latin, without permission. Let us visit them now. Imagine a table, wooden, warped slightly with age, its edges softened by years of use. A faint burn mark near one corner from a dropped taper long ago. The room it sits in is quiet. Dimensoins, the shutters drawn to keep out wind and dust. This is a physician's study. On the table, his tools. Not many, but each one tells a story of how medicine was done and how little was truly understood. There is a bronze bowl, dull with age, used for collecting blood, from arms, from necks, from behind the knees. The physician chooses the vein based on charts, some of them centuries old, copied over and over until the parchment smells more of hands than ink. Nearby sits a lancet, a small blade shaped like a miniature dagger. It is wiped clean with vinegar or wine, or sometimes simply a cloth. Bleeding is believed to balance the body's humors. Too much blood? You are flushed, feverish, foolish. Too little? You are weak, pale, prone to visions. There is no concept of blood pressure, only balance. And this is how they tried to restore it. Next, a set of herbal tools. A mortar and pestle, stone, heavy, stained with years of powders and pastes. Sachets of dried herbs, hyssop for the lungs, rosemary for memory, sage for almost everything. There are dried beetles, too, crushed and added to tinctures, and bits of bone, usually animal, sometimes uncertain. Prescriptions are not written. They are mixed, and the results are more alchemy than pharmacology. A typical recipe might read, for the grief of the head, take rue, sage, and mint. Boil with wine until the liquid darkens. Add a thimble of ash. Speak the words of Saint Raphael. Apply to the temples while the moon is high. It is as much spell as science. Beside the herbs are the books. Many are copied by hand. Their pages are thick, made from stretched animal skin. Ink seeps into the fibers in long, looping Latin. One volume is the Trotula, a collection of treatments for women. Another is Galen's treatise on humours. Another still is Avicenna's Canon of Medicine, translated into Latin from the Arabic and revered for its elegant logic. The books often contradict each other, but the physician reads them all, cross-referencing a toothache with the moon's cycle, consulting a bleeding chart to determine whether to lance the ankle on a Tuesday. Knowledge comes not from testing, but from repeating tradition is truth. Deviation is danger. Then there are the instruments of surgery, not always kept in plain sight, but present. A hook, a clamp, a cautery iron, blackened at the end, used to burn wounds closed, painful, but in some cases, effective. There is no anesthesia, only speed and faith. The physician may pour wine over the sight. He may murmur a blessing. He may tie a strip of linen soaked in honey to keep infection at bay. He does not yet know why it helps, but sometimes it does. Lastly, we find the urine wheel. Yes, a chart of colors, smells, and textures used to diagnose internal illness from a sample of urine. The physician holds the vial to the light. He studies it as one might study fine wine. If it is cloudy, perhaps phlegm. If it is pale, a cooling imbalance. If it smells of sulfur, he frowns. This was considered an art. A proper physician needed no pulse, no conversation, only a flask, a chart, and enough light to guess. And the room itself? It tells us more. Dried herbs hanging from the beams, candles, a wooden crucifix, perhaps a skull, not for decoration, but contemplation, a reminder of where all patients eventually go. There is no glass here, no sterile field, but there is ritual. The physician works slowly, thoughtfully, not always because he is wise, but because he is unsure. Every step is cautious, every choice a blend of memory, myth, and hope. So now, as we close the book and place the lancet back in its velvet roll, we step quietly from this study. We've seen the formal practice, the tools of the learned, but now we move to something softer, something older. The folk healers, the midwives, those who never went to university, but who knew how to soothe, to stitch, to survive. Now, imagine the scent of crushed thyme and wood smoke. A low fire burns in the hearth. The cottage is small, bare stone walls, a low-beamed ceiling, and a single window letting in the dull light of morning. There are no scrolls here, no medical degrees, no grand names or university robes. But there is healing, in the form of a woman with sleeves rolled up, hands stained from herbs, and eyes that have seen more births and deaths than most priests. This is the midwife, the herb wife, the wise woman. You might call her the village doctor, but no one says that aloud. Her tools are simple. A knife, not sharp, but precise. Bundles of herbs, dried, crumbling, stored in linen pouches above the fire. A small wooden bowl for mixing, a length of thread, a jar of goose grease, a rosary, or a charm, or both. She has no Latin, but she knows that elderflower eases fevers, that lavender calms pain, that warm wine and mint can soothe the belly after childbirth. She doesn't explain how it works. She just knows that it does. In the Middle Ages, especially in rural areas, folk medicine was medicine. University-trained physicians were rare, expensive, distant, but the midwife lived nearby. She came when summoned. She stayed through the night. She whispered prayers and boiled water. She caught babies and comforted mothers. She stitched tears. She bathed the dead. And in between, she treated coughs, bruises, rashes, grief. Not all folk healers were women. There were cunning men, herbalists, charm makers, bone setters. Some worked quietly, others loudly, from stalls in village squares. They sold tinctures, read dreams, wrote charms. A common remedy for fever? A poultice of nettles and vinegar applied to the soles of the feet. For bad dreams? An amulet of rowan wood, tied with red thread, worn beneath the nightshirt. There was a recipe for everything. Some worked, some didn't. But belief was a powerful ingredient. Folk medicine did not separate body and spirit. If a child was ill, it might be blamed on a bad wind. a spirit blown in from the marsh. If a wound festered, it was not just infection. It was punishment, or perhaps a curse. To treat it, you might be given a poultice, but also a whispered prayer, a candle lit at a crossroads, a charm buried in the garden. These were not seen as superstition. They were precaution, a way of covering all possibilities, both seen and unseen. And yet, this kind of healing was often met with suspicion. Church authorities worried about magic. Doctors accused midwives of meddling in what they did not understand. Some were left alone. Others were persecuted. By the late medieval period, some midwives had to swear oaths, promising never to use sorcery, never to offer charms, never to interfere with baptisms or burials. But the truth was, the people trusted them. When the doctor left, when the priest was far, the midwife stayed. She kept her knowledge close, passed it quietly to a daughter, a niece, a neighbor, not in books, but in actions. How to feel for a breached child, how to make compresses from boiled comfrey, how to lay a dying man down so his lungs wouldn't fill with fluid, and how to speak gently when there was nothing more to be done. These healers rarely left records. They had no journals, no published works. But in burial sites across Europe, archaeologists have found traces, pouches with worn stone tools, fragments of dried herbs in wooden boxes, tiny hand-carved tokens, half prayer, half prescription. These were not trophies. They were tools of quiet resilience. To the modern eye, many of their remedies seem strange. Toads hung around the neck, bread pressed to wounds, salt circles traced on doorways. But there's something deeply human here, a constant struggle, a rhythm of birth, pain, illness, and death, met with hands, not theory, not evil, not trained perhaps, but deeply, viscerally wise. So now, as we thank the midwife and close the door softly behind us, we return to the broader world, to the spaces where medicine met meaning, to the rituals, the beliefs, the things people clung to when science was distant, but suffering was near. Let's step now into that strange middle ground between healing and hope. The candle burns low. You lie in bed, beneath linen worn soft by years and washing. You're sick. But the physician has come and gone. The herbal poultices have been tried. The bleeding, done. Now, your family kneels by your side, and someone calls for the priest. Because in the medieval world, when medicine faltered, there was one more path: faith. Religion was not separate from medicine. It was woven through it. Illness was often understood not just as a condition of the body, but of the spirit. A fever might be a punishment, a cough, a sign of spiritual imbalance, a withered limb, evidence of a vow broken long ago. Physicians might measure your humors, but a confessor would ask what you had done to bring this on. Both were considered valid, and both were called. Hospitals were founded not as places of advanced care, but as acts of charity, run by monastic orders, often attached to churches. Their purpose was not necessarily to cure, but to comfort, to offer beds, bread, water, and prayers, and if healing did not come, to help the soul prepare for what followed. Nuns cared for the sick. Brothers boiled linens. Candles burned night and day, symbolizing the light of God even in places where death hung heavy. The ill were sometimes arranged facing the altar, so they could see the Eucharist and feel part of the Mass, even from their beds. In one monastery in Burgundy, recovered records show a standard routine for the ill: morning prayer, light fasting, application of warm compresses, reading of the Psalms, a blessing with holy water, medicine and mercy side by side. Belief in holy relics was strong. People traveled to distant cathedrals to touch the bones of saints, or to press a loved one's garment to a sacred statue. It was said that St. Cuthbert's oil could cure skin ailments, that the breath of St. Walburga could banish fevers, that even a glimpse of St. Edmund's shrine could lift afflictions of the eyes. Not everyone believed, but many did. And often the act of believing, the pilgrimage, the prayer, the candle offered, became its own kind of medicine. Certain saints became closely associated with illness. Saint Sebastian was invoked during plagues due to his suffering by arrows, seen as symbolic of sudden death. Saint Apollonia for toothaches. Saint Dymphna for mental afflictions. Saint Roch, a protector against contagion, who was said to have survived plague with only the help of a loyal dog. Images of these saints were common, painted, carved, worn as charms, not decorations, but protections. The Church also governed what could be done medically. Some procedures, like surgery, were viewed with suspicion, especially when performed by clergy. The soul, they said, mattered more than the body. In fact, in 1215, a church council forbade monks and priests from performing surgery, viewing it as unclean work. Thus, a divide began to grow between the spiritual healer and the physical one. But in the hearts of the sick, that divide didn't exist. A person suffering wanted both, a balm for the pain and a blessing for the fear. Rituals were part of every stage of illness. When a child fell ill, the mother might light 3 candles, one for the Trinity, while whispering a protection prayer. When death approached, the priest would come. He would anoint the sick with oil, hear confession, offer the host. This was called extreme unction, the final sacrament, given in hopes that the soul, if not the body, would be healed. Even in cities where physicians thrived, these rituals continued. No one took chances. Medicine treated the symptoms, but only God could treat the cause. Even the architecture of healing was spiritual. Hospitals were often cruciform in shape. Windows faced east. Chapels stood at the center. The message was clear. Healing came from light, from prayer, from grace, and perhaps from the hands of a kind nurse, offering broth and a gentle word. Today, we look back and wonder, did any of it work? Did prayer change the course of disease? Did relics mend bones? Did ritual ease suffering? We cannot measure the results, but we can understand this. In a world of uncertain remedies, belief was the one medicine always available, and sometimes the only one left. So let us now leave the chapel. Let the candles flicker quietly in the dark. Let the chants fade into stillness. We'll turn next to those who questioned, the skeptics, the scholars, those who wondered, what if the old ways are wrong? We'll join them in the slow, halting march towards something new, a world of experiments, risks, and revisions. Imagine a small, cool room, stone walls lined with shelves, scrolls stacked like firewood, bundles of dried plants tied with twine, a table in the center, worn with age, stained with wax, dust, and ink. Seated here is a man, not a monk, not quite a doctor, but something in between. He's reading and thinking. He's just finished copying a passage from Galen, and he hesitates, because something doesn't sit right. In the late Middle Ages, around the 14th and 15th centuries, a subtle shift began. Not loud, not revolutionary, just a slow, careful questioning of things that had always been accepted. Physicians still studied Galen, Hippocrates, Avicenna, but a few began to notice that the body didn't always behave the way the books said it should. And so, they began to doubt, not with arrogance, but with curiosity. One of the earliest signs of this change came in the form of dissection. For centuries, cutting into a dead body had been forbidden or feared. The church frowned on it. Society recoiled from it. It was viewed as defilement, both of the body and of divine design. But around the 13th century, slowly, permission was granted in certain universities, usually on criminals or the unclaimed dead. At first, the dissection was done not to discover, but to demonstrate. A lecturer would read aloud from Galen. A surgeon, standing beside the corpse, would cut exactly where instructed. It was not exploration. It was confirmation. Until someone noticed that what was inside the body didn't always match the text. Take the heart, for example. Galen had described it as having a small hole between its chambers, but time after time, physicians couldn't find it, and yet they kept saying it was there, because it was in the book, until eventually a few brave voices said what others would not. Perhaps Galen was wrong. This was not rebellion. It was a soft murmur of doubt. And from doubt came progress. In Italy, universities like Bologna and Padua became centers of cautious innovation. Teachers encouraged observation. Students took notes not from books alone, but from what they saw with their own eyes. The shift was slow. Many still clung to the old explanations, but cracks began to form. One figure who stands quietly at this turning point is Mondino de Luzzi, an Italian physician of the 14th century. He wrote Anatomia Corporis Humani, a guide to dissection. It wasn't entirely accurate, but it was structured, methodical, and, most importantly, based on actual practice. He taught that observation mattered, that the body, in its quiet stillness, had something to teach. It was the beginning of something. Meanwhile, outside the universities, others were experimenting too. Apothecaries began to question whether certain herbal mixtures truly worked. Surgeons, looked down upon by learned physicians, developed better tools and techniques. They found that boiled linen reduced infection, that wine made wounds sting less, but also kept them cleaner. Not theory, just experience. Slowly, knowledge began to move from faith toward evidence. The printing press, introduced in the mid-15th century, changed everything. Suddenly, texts could be copied quickly. Errors spread faster, but so did corrections. Ideas no longer lived only in the heads of monks or the hands of scribes. They became portable, repeatable, shareable. And with that came the possibility of reform. Still, old habits held firm. Doctors continued to use bleeding charts. They still consulted the stars. They still relied on humors and balances and bile. But now, not all of them. A few began to measure pulses. A few began to keep case notes. A few even recorded failures. These were small steps, easily overlooked, but real. And from them, the future would grow. So now, let's close the anatomy book. Let the corpse be covered again. Let the tools be cleaned and hung in silence. We've seen the stirrings of change. But for most people, the world still looked the same. Doctors still wore robes, still carried leeches, still whispered the same old phrases. And yet, beneath it all, something had shifted. The next time a patient said, "I don't feel right," the doctor might pause and listen a little differently. Let us now prepare to leave this world of ink and whispers and step toward something more philosophical, a reflection, not of methods, but of motivations. Were these doctors cruel, ignorant, indifferent, or were they simply human? Let's consider that in our next and quieter moments. Imagine a figure standing in the doorway, a long robe, a bag of tools, a steady, unreadable expression. To the modern eye, they might seem sinister, a figure out of time, unwashed hands, strange instruments, odd words muttered under the breath. But step back, breathe slowly, look again. What you see is not evil. It is a tempt dot. It is easy now to say medieval doctors were terrible. And by many standards, they were. They bled the weak. They purged the sick. They burned wounds, prescribed mercury, ignored hygiene. They misunderstood the body, misunderstood disease, misunderstood cause and effect. But ask yourself this: what did they have? No microscopes, no germ theory, no x-rays, no antibiotics, no clinical trials, just the echo of ancient voices copied in dim light, passed down through centuries, almost sacred in their certainty. And the raw, relentless pressure of the ill looking up at them and saying, "Help me." Most of these doctors believed in the four humours, believed in cosmic harmony, believed in bloodletting, not because they were cruel, but because it had always been done. And most of the time, that was enough. They were not seeking fame. There was little glory in treating boils or fevers or childbirth. No riches, no applause. Only the small, ordinary work of showing up, of doing something in the face of suffering, even when they didn't know what. Yes, there were charlatans. There always are. Traveling peddlers selling bottled hope. Men who promised miracle cures for coin. They wore fine clothes, quoted learned texts, and disappeared when their patient died. But most were not like that. Most were tired men and women, reading the same pages for the 100th time, repeating the same rituals not out of laziness, but faith. And when the cure failed, because often it did, many blamed themselves. There are records of doctors writing apologies in the margins of casebooks. Simple lines, "I tried," or "He grew cold," or "God forgive me." One Italian surgeon, after losing a patient to infection, wrote, "The wound would not close. I prayed. I gave him wine. He did not wake." Another scribbled, "The stars said to bleed, but I waited. He worsened. I fear I was wrong." These were not the words of villains, but of people wrestling with their own helplessness. And then there was fear. Doctors feared failure. They feared losing status. They feared public blame, exile, even punishment. In some places, if a noble died under a physician's care, the doctor might be fined, or worse. So many of them acted carefully. Too carefully. Choosing the safe treatment, not the risky one. Following the book, even when the body said otherwise. It was not cowardice. It was survival. They were trained, but not in science as we know it. Their training was more theological than anatomical, more philosophical than practical. They learned Latin before anatomy. They studied astrology before pharmacology. They practiced by reading, not by doing. And yet, somehow, they kept trying. Because when someone was in pain, it didn't matter whether the treatment came from Galen or a grandmother. The goal was the same: to ease, to soothe, to save. So, were they evil? Number untrained? Yes, by modern standards. Limited? Certainly. Wrong? Often. But not evil. They were fumbling in the dark, and sometimes their touch hurt more than it helped. But not out of malice, out of ignorance, out of fear, out of hope. So as we picture them now, these strange, hooded figures with jars and blades, let's allow a softer view. Not of monsters, but of people who stood between the sick and the void, and who tried, in the only ways they knew, to hold death back for just a little longer. And with that gentle reflection, let us take a final step toward the present, toward the warmth and peace of knowing we are no longer there. Let us close this journey with a final, quiet conclusion. Let the candle burn low. Let the books close. Let the shutters rest against the evening breeze. The world we've wandered through tonight, the world of medieval medicine, was not gentle. It was fumbling, flawed, at times even frightening. But it was also deeply human. The medieval doctor, for all his faults, was a man or woman reaching toward the light, toward understanding, with hands that didn't yet know how to hold it. They trusted in humors, in charts, in saints and stars. They bled patients to calm them. They prayed over wounds. They listened for meaning in urine and dreams. And sometimes, just sometimes, something helped. A fever broke. A child lived. A wound healed. Today we live in a different world. A warmer bed, a cleaner room, a trained nurse at your side, a pill that works, a doctor who knows, not guesses, sterile tools, modern scans, evidence, not astrology, biology, not bile. And yet, there is still something strangely comforting about those older ways, about the midwife with her bundle of herbs, the doctor with ink-stained hands and hope in his eyes, the whispered prayers, the slow, careful attempts. It reminds us that healing has always been more than science. Its ritual, its reassurance, its presence, and above all, its trying. We can be grateful for what we have now. Hospitals with light and cleanliness, medications that work, procedures that cure, not just comfort. But we can also, perhaps, feel a quiet respect for what came before. Not because it was right, but because it was earnest. So as you rest now, tucked safely in the comfort of your own time, let your mind drift. Beyond the lancets, beyond the leech jars, beyond the bloodletting charts and bone-setting spoons, let them fade, let them settle. the rhythm of their lives, the quiet weight of their mistakes, the strange grace of their persistence, all of it drifting back into the pages of history. You are here, now safe, and the world has changed.